would concur. How can Democrats regain their status as the party of the working class? Well, that assumes they've lost it. Have they lost it?
I don't think so. No.
David?
Well, here's my concern about my own party, which is it has become more and more of a kind of cosmopolitan, college-educated party, and so it still is advocating for working people, but there is a kind of sometimes the party approaches people in rural communities, people, blue-collar workers. It's sort of like Margaret Mead, approaching the native, and it's like, we are here to help you become more like us.
Right.
That's a great way to put it.
And self-righteous, yeah.
Very imperious.
And that disdain is felt, and I think that's one of the things that Trump exploits, although
Absolutely.
one would hardly call him a,
Yeah.
product of the working class.
Right.
The issues that he picks, immigration drives down wages for the working class. China drives down, steals intellectual property, hurts the working class. So I think it's absolutely right. He has identified a void and is trying to fill that void. And I think that's what the split is. Obviously, unions are very pro-Democrat, but you've got this rising group of working class Americans who see the Republican Party as an answer.
I don't know. I drove across the country. There's still plenty of room for people. There's hundreds of thousands of miles of empty places.
Yeah.
So for anybody that wants to come to this country.
Yes, but it's, okay, this is the population argument that always comes up. It's not the space,
I
it's
know.
the resource.
Yeah, who wants to live there,
Well, that too.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
even
in some places.
even if you fill up North Dakota and now there's 8 million people in the greater Bismarck area.
Yeah. Well, I like North Dakota.
Just drive around the country?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my arms around that.
Yeah, he hitchhiked across.
I did hitchhike across the country by myself when I was 70 years old. and wrote a
70
book about it.
Yeah.
And it was exciting, everybody I met, people that pick up hitchhikers are forgiving people. Something happened in their life and they want to help somebody else.
Wow.
And I was never scared of anybody that picked me up. Not one gay person.
But they were scared of you.
Pussies.
Yeah.
Right. One trucker did. I never felt as gay as when I climbed up that side of that truck and got in. I tell you. But he was very nice, and he was great. Yeah.
And then did they recognize you? Or?
Some did. But one I said I was a filmmaker, and he gave me $10. He thought I was just a almost crazy person.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
All right. Well, speaking of film, should straight actors be allowed to play gay actors, or is that cultural appropriation?
It's called acting.
You're preaching to the choir.
Divine wanted to play the dog in Pink Flamingos. I mean, I think you should be able to play any part you want. I don't understand that.
That is very not. I mean, this apropos to our discussion about the left here and being imperious.
Gay people have been playing heteros for years, and nobody calls them brave.
Right. But this is the kind of thing. I mean, they made a ruling on high somewhere in the far left cloud that this is verboten, and everybody just goes along.
Is that true? I've not heard this.
Oh, are you kidding? There's a chapter in this. There's a chapter in this book about it, and I mean,
I actually knew that. I just wanted to give you a chance to hold the book up again.
I mean, I quote people like Tom Hanks, who played
a
gay in Philadelphia, and says, "I wouldn't do it today. It was wrong."
Oh,
really?
I don't. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boy, he was magnificent in that movie.
He was.
But it was wrong.
And he got it financed by him starring in it. Yeah.
I'm sure.
So good for him.
Okay, but it's silly. I mean, all of that is
Well, give him absolution, will you?
Well, I don't need to. I think that everybody should be able to play anything. I mean,
Good.
I don't understand. It's called acting. That's the thing. You become something you aren't.
Exactly.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Are all the moderates leaving Congress, Ken? What could be done to encourage some members to stay? I guess they have you in mind here.
Well, I'm not staying, but
I'm not sure you want to admit to being a moderate. Yeah,
Right.
it's true.
Well, in today's Republican Party, I mean, the fact that you are...
He eats with a fork and knife.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you say you're not going to vote for Trump, not
Right,
the other guy
that
either.
that actually is the barometer. If you're willing to stand up to Trump, that makes you a moderate.
That's where I mean...
He also works with Democrats on issues that he cares about, And that makes you suspect in the eyes of some, which is a real tragedy for the country.
But don't you think if the Republicans picked a moderate African-American man, they'd win?
If the Republicans did?
You mean like Tim Scott?
Or no, but somebody that, isn't so crazy on either side, but they'd win.
I don't know if you've been paying attention, John, but Crazy's doing pretty well over on that side.
I know it is. But is it going to win?
Bill, these guys just appropriated my question.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time. And thank you. Okay.
I just now realized that this whole time I've really been able to fix my microphone problem. If I would just move the arm all the way up on the pole, put this all the way up, and then flip the mic itself upside down. Problem solved. Well, that was coo. Coo, coo, coo. Listening Jesus again. There we go. And take the blood and your money, your blood and your bones. Listening Jesus again. You know what? See, I made a mistake. I use this mod to give myself a cheat start. All this extra money and everything. And I'm realizing now that it caused me to skip over a bunch of stuff. So I'm thinking it might be fun to start back over from scratch. I'm going to go with that. Let's see. Go with that one again. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Fix that. I shouldn't have moved that. Fix that. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. What's in there? What's in the See what happens. This is still probably going to take me a second. It did before. I wish it would have just saved all the settings. Because I had all the settings perfect. Oh, hell yeah. Ooh. Tucson, Arizona, Flagstaff, Phoenix, right there on Yuma, right there on the border. Ooh, Vegas, Elko, Reno, Carson City, Oregon. Seattle. Vegas. Here we go. Okay, so here we go. Okay. I don't have force feedback. So that's still right. This is gone again. But that is there, which is weird. Ah. Okay. Okay. All right. Don't need that. Don't need that. Yes. Okay, I want these to be my turn signals, so I'll make this. That's going to be my parking brake now. There we go. We'll select. Okay. We'll leave that off for now, but we might turn it on. We'll leave that off for now, but we might turn it on. Let's see what happens. Because I am using a limited wheel. still might have to switch that though, because the last time I tried to do that, it wanted me to like hold it in the whole time. It wouldn't just shift. It's like if I let go of it, it went into neutral. It was so weird. So we will see. Did I fix everything? Yeah. So that's my air horn now. Okay. That's my parking brake. Yep, it's doing it again. See, so that's why I had to do the sequential, because it's all right. Okay. Interior, chasing, top down. Okay. I did. Where you are, where you go. Press up. Okay. When the game is paused, you can control Route Advisor with the mouse. You have a sat nav called Route Advisor. Route Advisor. Help at all times. Route Advisor displays your current status and helps you with information about your current job and points you where to go. Current status, time, money, condition, page, shuttle, switching. There are also shortcut keys assigned to the most often used function, which you can use instantly while driving. Available keys are suggested directly by Route Advisor. Yep, right there. Navigation shows your current position as a blue arrow. If you're on a job, it also shows the shortest route to your destination in red. At the bottom of the page, there's an estimation of the remaining trip time distance, and you can cycle through different zoom levels by pressing F5 or activating the button on the screen. Job description summarizes what you're carrying where, tells you when you are expected, how much time you have left, how much money you'll receive if you arrive on time without damaging the cargo. No, I can just do numeral 0. On the diagnostics page, you can see how badly your truck and everything's damaged. Okay. If you get stuck, can also call roadside assistance. Oh. Dagna. This is all you need to know about you can remember by pushing the help button. Okay. All set and ready to go. Follow the navigation to the destination. Where the destination reached was the extension. Where they pull down me pants, look up me bottom. Oh yeah. That's fine. Didn't really eye fake it. Play more music. Stuff.
Angie has made it easier than ever to hire high-quality pros to get...
I hate that. I wish there was a way to totally stop.
Angie has made it easier than ever to hire high-quality pros to get all your home service jobs done well. Just bring them your project online or with the Angie app, answer a few questions, and Angie will connect you with local pros who match your specific needs. Or book a service instantly at an upfront price. So join the millions of homeowners who use Angie to care for their homes and get your next home service job done well. Download the free Angie mobile app today or visit Angie.com. That's ANGI.com. Angie has made it easier than ever to hire high-quality pros to get all your home service jobs done well. Just bring them your project online or with the Angie app, answer a few questions, and Angie will connect you with local pros who match your specific needs. Or book a service instantly at an upfront price. So join the millions of homeowners who use Angie to care for their homes and get your next home service job done well. Download the free Angie mobile app today or visit Angie.com. That's ANGI.com.
Welcome to an HBO podcast from the HBO Agency. Real-time video.
Oh shit. How do I...
How you doing? How are you down there? Thank you very much. Thank you, people. All right, we got a big historic show. Historic. All right, well, I guess you heard the news. That's right. In New York, a jury of his peers found Donald Trump guilty on 34 counts. That will come up.
Okay.
Trump, when you're watching it, Trump was incensed. He shot out of his chair. He said to his lawyers, do something. What do you think I'm not paying you for? So, yeah, he's pretty distraught and pissed off these days. But I got to say, Don, if there's a silver lining to this, you finally get something that makes money come. The Democrats are trying not to gloat, but it's hard. Hillary Clinton today tweeted, "Lock who up, bitch?" She did not tweet that. She thought that. She did not tweet it. But of course, this trial is not really over because, I can't believe I'm saying these words, but Trump is appealing. Yeah, there's going to be an appeal. And their big talking point today is...
It's hard to say those words.
When they do it to me, this could happen to anyone. Yes, of course. I'll have to remember that next time I'm cheating on my third wife with a porn star to pay her off when I'm running for president. So, this morning, Trump, thank God, did you see the press conference outside of Trump Tower? He went off, and he was fixed, and he was rigged, and he was unfair, everybody's out to get him, it's the worst day in the history of the world. All this crazy leads the Associated Press said it was completely disjointed. All I gotta say is, he still got it. He still got it. Nothing gets it down. But MAGA Nation is distraught and spitting mad over on Fox News. Judge Jeanine Pirro was drinking straight out of the bottle. I mean, it's now, of course, Trump's fans, MAGA Nation, they're trying to buck him up. Did you see when he walked out of the trial after the verdict? They're all out there singing, "For he's a jolly good fel, and for he's a jolly good fel," and all those, remember all those Republicans who were dressing like him? Yeah, now they're all in orange jumpsuits. I mean, it's very weird. It's getting weird. And this was a touching scene in the courthouse right after they announced the verdict. They sort of take the leg and the leg and the back of the gallery and scream, "I'll wait for you!" So yes, it is funny and we can laugh, but let's not lose perspective. This is actually a very sad day. This president, possibly future president, is now an American felon. And yet, on the other hand, I feel like tonight I'm the guy who should be dancing, jerking off to guys. Okay? All right. All right, we got a great show. We have David Axelrod and Ken Buck. First up, he's America's cinematic master of the outrageous. His cult classic musical Cryberries, maybe starring Johnny Depp, was just released in 4K Ultra High Definition Blu-ray this week. John Waters is over here. There he is. The ageless John Waters. How are you? I'm well. All right, now, somebody told me that you had never seen this clip I just showed of him.
Well, he's doing the monkey. That was a dance. And that's from his era, too.
Really?
He just went up and down. He forgot. He climbed sideways.
This looks oddly specific to...
Well, yeah. Well, monkeys, they puke and eat it, too, and jerk off in public, so...
All right. So... Now, I remember when you were like a trial groupie back in the 70s, you like to go to trial.
I used to, but now I get recognized. I don't go.
Right. But did you watch this on TV?
Of course, and the thing I keep thinking is for sentencing, if you get something here, Melania is screaming all the way from Trump Tower to the White House.
And do you think he should go to prison?
Well, I only want to see that one shot in the shower when they louse you down and that one piece of hair is hanging there. That's the one I want to see. Then they let him out. Because otherwise, in jail,
I have to adjust the sensitivity.
in jail you pay the guards to sneak in cell phones. He's going to have to sneak in just for men. Honey blonde.
Oh, that happened.
Oh, what I did.
I felt like so many of them out of this trial were like, this is like perfect for you if you wanted
Well,
to. I mean, the
mushroom shape of his dick. They didn't have that in the trial. She said that earlier.
Yeah. Well, she had said that earlier,
Yeah,
right? But I mean, look, I don't know that much about dicks, but what? I mean, maybe you know what would cause a what would cause a
I
penis?
don't know, just some kind of deformity or something. I don't know. Maybe their dicks are all go pointed different ways and everything. You know, that's why when I was younger, there was clubs called the Glory Hole where people just went in and And I remember I heard somebody say, "God, I hope I didn't blow Rex Reed." And, he wasn't there. He wasn't there. He didn't know what was going to come through.
Rex Reed, the film critic.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that much about his private
Well,
life.
me either. But
Okay.
you didn't know when you were in the booth and one came in. You know what's upstairs. Yeah. It was a different time. The one in L.A. was called Basic Plumbing, and the booths were clear, of course.
I'm learning so much tonight.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, you know, you cast people as well. Most directors.
Oh, bullshit. That was right on red.
Well, but the difference was nothing happened. Points right underneath. These are all points over that general. Stormy Daniels actually.
I thought so. It wasn't me.
Jeff Stryker's my friend. He's the greatest porn star ever.
Why do you think he's never been up across it?
There was Marilyn Chambers. There's a good book about it.
She was on a crossover.
Yeah, she was in the big Cronenberg movie. Yeah, she crossed over something.
Not like a star.
Well, Tracy Lords was in a movie with Johnny Depp, so she did pretty well. Yeah.
And that's a great movie.
Thank you.
And
It's about juvenile delinquents in the 50s. They called white kids that, but blacks were criminals.
Right.
You know, if you were a teen. So juvenile delinquents is kind of sexy. I'm an adult delinquent.
it's amazing the way, you know, they said about whores and all
Well, yeah, I've been around a long time, definitely. And the movies and everything are doing better today than they ever
I
have
mean,
been.
Pink Flamingo was banned.
Oh, every country. I lost every obscenity case ever.
Right.
We just pled guilty. It was easy.
But then it's on.
It is obscene.
But I think it's in the Library of Congress's.
Well, yeah. And we didn't even have intimacy experts. Imagine if we had,
I
they
don't
make
know how I
that.
accidentally got it to
Oh,
do
you
that.
into that?
Be all right to eat shit? Do you have breath mints?
Right. Right. You mean they call them intimacy coordinators?
Yeah, they're on set if you have sex or
Right, if
anything
you're
weird.
about to have a sex scene.
Yeah. Do you have any problems with saying the line "Do my balls, mama"? I mean, you know.
But do you think it's really needed? Because I've never once heard any actor talk about doing a sex scene in a way that it was sexy. It's
No, I
always,
hate filming them. It's embarrassing.
and it's embarrassing.
Just want to
for
get it
the-
over with.
Right.
Yeah.
So why do you need somebody looking over your shoulder?
Just one other person. You know, why?
Right.
You know, yeah, some other voyeur. Right.
I mean, I don't know if this is true, but I think it was George Scott who said it was mine about to do a sex scene with a woman. He said, the actress, he said, I apologize if I get an erection, and I apologize if I don't.
Exactly. I had, yeah. In a dirty shame, this was before we had extras that had to make out and French kiss each other all day in the background. They didn't complain.
Right.
They had fun. You know, it was fine.
It's an amazing job where you can meet
I heard one extra, that little fucker got a hard on. I thought, well, no wonder.
and you can be doing it at 8 in the morning.
This was 6 in the morning sometimes.
Right.
We shot early, get that morning shot.
You're
Right.
out of bed and you have some.
What?
I didn't even mean that.
Is that a...
Well, so it's it's Pride Month
confused.
tomorrow, the beginning. I don't have a date yet.
I think I'm seeing...
But the Pope, right on cue.
I
mean,
know.
I'm sure you
He's
saw
like
the story.
against faggotry. He ought to be against child molesters. That's what he ought to be watching out for. But I'm for beyond the gay thing. Is I want, because it's so accepted now. I want new minorities. I want strags. That's straight guys who only sleep with faggots. And there's nothing wrong with the term faggot either, by the way. They're in our community.
Right.
There's also trag kings. That's trans who go further and get in drag as what they were before, more exaggerated. And there's not beatniks, but neatniks, the cleanest people alive, who snort Ajax and vacuum their front lawns and hang out in laundromats. I'm trying to come up with new perversion.
Yeah. I don't think you have to work that hard.
Well, and I feel sorry for young people. They never had crabs. Our pubic past is something we have to remember. So I think that people my age should all get crabs again for nostalgia.
Right.
But I knew a girl once that had crabs in her eyelashes. And I was talking to her. I thought, what the hell is that? She's like, oh. That even got me.
But if people don't know the story, we're referring to the Pope.
Oh, yeah.
The other day was speaking to a group of his own.
Said faggotry.
Faggotness.
Yeah.
Something like that. He was decrying it. I mean, he's bitched about this before because I feel like, look, I think sometimes they call him the woke Pope. I think in some ways he is. He is not anti-gay.
No, yes he is. Here's the thing. He said,
You think he's anti-gay?
You're the fucking Pope. You got rid of... Who are you? What do you mean? In one strike, they said no more eating meat on Friday. They got rid of limbo. So say it's legal. Who cares? He can do it in 1 second.
Okay, but I think but that's true too. Don't convince me. I'm the guy who made religious. Okay, I'm an atheist. Okay, but
my friend went to the atheist convention. She said they were all drunks.
no, we are not all.
I know.
drunks.
She said when she went to the convention, she said most were.
Oh please, we have less reason to drink than the.
I'm
Bible
for
thumpers.
atheists. Madeline Murray was from Baltimore. She had bumper stickers
We're
that
not
said
all-
prayer is begging.
Begging?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we're not drunk. We're not drunks. We're potheads. Anyway, I think that what bugs the Pope is that he's not. I don't think he's against gay people. In fact, he's made some moves that were very helpful and said you can get into heaven and so forth. What? Okay, but you got
That makes him think
I know, but he's
everybody's liberal. He's still saying
the
shit about
Pope.
faggery and you can't get married and it's not.
Okay, but what he's talking, I think what bugs him is that I think he's saying, I'm not against gayness, but I'm head of this organization which is all gay now. And
They're
that's-
not all gay, they're pedophiles. That's different.
They're not all pedophiles.
Most are.
All-
It was, let me tell you, I used to think it is a
That's an insult.
chooses to be a pedophile. Nobody.
Right.
It's reckless. But the people that know they are and hide them, they're more guilty morally.
But I think. Yes, of course. Yes, obviously. But I think you're conflating gays and pedophiles.
No, it isn't, because they're not. There's nuns that are pedophiles. They're everybody. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to drop this.
All right,
I can't.
I'm just saying.
I think what he's just trying to say is like this organization used to be about something other than gayness, and now it's all about gayness. I'm not against you, but this used to be about a different thing. This guy Jesus Christ. And anyway, let's move on to another subject.
All right.
So it's Pride Month. Yeah. Well, Gay Month, Gay Pride, and now you wouldn't have to say that because it has to include LGBTQ and all those other things. I'm sorry, I don't know all the letters, but are you for that? Do you think?
I'm for it, but my
lumping
parents
it-
never asked me if I was gay. They feared it was something worse. So to me, I think gay is a good start, but it's not enough.
But isn't it wrong to lump all these different people? If I was one of I would not want to be lumped in. Like, okay, here's the heterosexual people. Here's every other one of you people who many times don't have a lot in common.
Well, they don't. I mean, like, I say I'm from a generation of gay men. We don't know how to jerk off to men. It's something they have to teach us.
Right. President Obama's chief campaign strategist, CNN political correspondent David Axelrod is with us. And he is the former Republican congressman who represented Colorado's 4th congressional district, Ken Buck, out of Congress now. Good to see you. Thank you. I want to thank you especially for keeping the booking here. I know this must have been a tough day yesterday, and all Republicans did not like what happened. I'm not sure where you are with who you're voting for, but did the verdict yesterday might change your vote? That is not guilty.
I am not a Donald Trump fan, and I am not a Joe Biden fan. I'm still looking for that alternative out there.
Well, that's wow. That's not the so you're not going to vote for either one.
Right now, we'll see what happens when we get closer to election day.
Okay, I want to read some of the statements that people made for the Republicans because I just want to ask this one question about that. Just like Laura Ingraham, the Democrats are showing what real power is, the type of power we usually see dictators exercise in China and Cuba and North Korea. Pretty strong words there. Sean and Tucker said the foundation of our constitutional republic is literally dying before our eyes. Tucker, anyone who defends this verdict is a danger to you and your family. This was a jury. This seems to be lost on the people in your party. I don't get this stuff about dictators and, we're losing our way of life. This is our way of life.
Yeah.
This was a jury. Does that not have any resonance? Any meaning?
So, from my perspective, I don't think the jury did that. I think the jury was given instructions. They followed those instructions. They looked at the facts. The problem I have is I prosecuted for 25 years. I never ran for office and said, I'm going to get somebody. I never tried a case or handled a case or supervised a case that didn't follow a very specific pattern. The police are called. There's a dead body. There's 4 bullet holes. There's a robbery. There's a burglary. And the what happens before the who. Then the police go out and investigate and determine who. In this situation, the prosecutor said, I'm going to hold Donald Trump accountable. And he did. And that's what people are objecting to, is if they can hold Donald Trump accountable, they can aim at one person. This is a dangerous situation for our country.
What's wrong with holding people accountable? I thought that's what the law does. Accountable.
You and I and David have all committed crimes. If we want to take a magnifying glass and
It's legal
throw
now.
in a thing.
It's legal now.
Honestly, you don't need a huge magnifying glass in this case. I mean, this is, you got to, I think over the prison. For example, Donald Trump got yesterday.
That's where I need to be.
How that is taking a magnifying glass out. It was there for everybody to see. The question is whether the guy masterminded it held accountable now. So I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing in this country if, no matter who you are held accountable for anything wrong. The problem such an honorable member of Congress, you know this. Democracy rests on laws and norms and institutions. It's dangerous when the guy doesn't believe in any of those. He doesn't think they apply to him. That's a really dangerous for our country. So this kind of rhetoric is nuts.
Should he go to jail?
Over the top. That rhetoric is over the top. I'm not excusing that rhetoric.
Okay.
I'm not excusing Donald Trump's language at all. What I'm pointing out is that
I can't even understand his language. I don't.
So what I'm pointing out is that this is a dangerous precedent. If you don't think Republican DAs and Republican Attorney Generals are going to turn this around, they will. And what I saw in Congress was I saw 2 impeachments that were unwarranted. And the Democrats talked to me about that after the fact. Now we all of a sudden are impeaching Mayorkas, and we're trying to impeach Biden. What one side does, the other side picks up on very quickly, and it's a bad slope for us.
That's right, but that's a false equivalency that he was committing the crimes. I mean, there are bad things done on both sides, just not nearly in equal measure. I mean, you're right, it's a convoluted case. I brought in what we had said. I did an editorial about this way back saying, I don't know if they should bring this case.
Because I really needed to come in from the other way.
Here's
now
what
that
we
I finally
said.
found it.
Joe Sixpack is not going to take the time to wrap his head around
Brought
how
you
the
in from the
statute of
wrong way.
limitations
Should've come in from
applies
the
to a
other side.
misdemeanor of falsifying business records if it involves a violation of
of a
state
turn.
election law, and a second crime involving a federal campaign conditional on the residential status of the defendant. That's kind of hard to put on a bumper sticker.
Yeah.
But I always thought it should have been brought federally by Merrick Garland because that's really the case. And that's the weird thing. It was a falsifying business records case in the state, and yet the closing argument was all about, hey, this is what got him the election. This is what, and did it get him the election? I don't know. Did Russia get him the election? I don't know. And you can't relitigate all that stuff. I never thought the Democrats were right to be talking about he's an illegitimate president. He got the votes.
I agree with you on that. And I agree with you, look, this is not the case. They keep saying, well, this is a Biden-orchestrated plot. First of all, you can't say a guy is senile and incompetent, but he's the diabolical mastermind of this. You gotta pick your horse, right, and ride it. But I said from the beginning that nobody would have chosen this case. There are 4 cases. Some of them are very, very serious. I mean, I disagree with Ken about January 6th and the president's involvement in overturning the election. And many of the people who voted against convicting him in that impeachment said, well, it's up to the courts now. And now the courts are being frustrated, or the public who wants action is being frustrated because the president wants to delay it past his election. But I said at the time that this case was being contemplated that if you have to say porn star and novel legal theory in the same sentence, maybe you better think about it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's early. Today, it's ding dong, the Wicked Witch is dead. But I've seen this monster rise from the grave so many times that
I think anybody's nuts who predicts what the long-term effect of this will be, except for one, Bill. I did a podcast earlier this week with Chris Christie, who knows him very well. And he said, you guys are all thinking about how voters are going to react to this. Think about how Trump's going to react to it, because the 2 things that he fears the most are bankruptcy and prison. And he is going to become angrier and more paranoid and more apocalyptic if he is found guilty. And we saw that this morning. That was a batshit crazy press conference.
Not the first I've seen him do. I mean, there's been many. I mean, he sort of lives in that state. I didn't see a big difference between normal. but that's now here's the key question. Is he going to go to jail? Would this judge dare do that? And should he? I've heard some people say if his name wasn't Donald Trump, he would definitely get jail time. But sending a former American president to jail, I don't know. That's something I'm asking.
I don't think he goes to jail on a white-collar crime like this. I just don't think that's the sentence. If you look at the sentencing history for crimes like this in Manhattan, I just don't think he gets jail time.
And for some offense, and your point is right. Listen, a lot of people in my tribe don't like it when I say this, but yeah, I think there is something about jailing a former president, especially on something like this, that is, to me, worrisome for our country. And I would really be shocked if this judge gave him a prison sentence for this.
I mean, MAGA Nation will go nuts. I don't know if that's a reason to or not to do something, but they will.
Yeah, but one of the things about this apocalyptic language that you hear from all of these, the Amen chorus, is they really are inviting violence. And that's a big concern of mine. And Trump is completely unrestrained in suggesting that maybe that's appropriate. I mean, he hints that all the time. That's how he got in trouble on January 6th. And he...
Miss Biscuit. Here we are back at Truck My Drives. Ugh. Truck My Drives.
And he's doing it again because I think he's more desperate now than he was then.
But if they put him in jail, I know it'll happen because the judge's name was Juan.
Yes.
Everything becomes racial in this country. You know, that's partly because of our horrible, despicable racial past, partly because some of that racism lives on in the present, and some of it because the far left makes everything racial. But that's what it's going to be. I mean, do you see that movie Civil War that's out now?
I have not. I've heard that I should.
Yeah, no, it sucks.
All right, could you?
I'm sorry.
Just save me 2 hours.
Yeah, I did. Well, I'm sorry. That's a harsh review. The actors are great, but it sucks because they don't explain why we're in the Civil War, and it's just not realistic. First of all, California and Texas are on the same team, and they never explain that. The federal government is fighting the Western Alliance, which is us in Texas. Really? They're on the same side? And it's unclear who's on what side and for what reason. And there's black people fighting alongside of white people. I'm sorry, but
now I don't even have to see them.
No, you don't. A civil war in this country, I'm sorry to say, becomes a race war. That's the sad truth about this country. And if they put him in jail, I mean, that's the first thing his supporters are going to say is, "Oh, that's what it is."
Well, that's the first thing.
A black district attorney, all these people who are the district attorneys, they're black. The judge was not white. This is what it is.
So which team are the Nikki Haley voters? I got to figure this out.
Is she the one who shot the dog? That's the other one. I'm sorry. All right, let me ask you this question because I'm worried about Biden, as many people are, and David said things like there is a lot of leadership talent in the Democratic Party poised to emerge, like cicadas. That sounded like you wanted someone else at one point. I mean, I certainly did. I loudly said I thought it would be Ruth Bader Biden if he continued to run, but he is continuing to run. But here's what I read in Politico: a pervasive sense of fear has settled in at the highest levels of the Democratic Party over President Joe Biden's re-election prospects, even among office holders and strategists who had previously expressed confidence. The debate is June 27th. We never had one before the convention. If Joe really shits the bed, would that be a good opportunity to make the switch then?
Listen, that is a fantasy that I hear a lot. Yes, I did rate. I like Joe Biden, and I worked with him, and I was grateful to work with him, and I think he's done a lot of very, very fine things as president, for which history will be kind to him. That's not the question. The question is whether at this age he should have run. But he did run, and right now he is the nominee of the Democratic Party. This is not 1968 where the convention's going to decide. We change the rules. Voters nominate a candidate. They've nominated Joe Biden, and he's not going anywhere. And there's no delegation of elders. I mean, how do you find elders anyway? But there's no generation of elders who are going to go to the White House and tell him that he can't run. He is going to run. And one of the reasons they wanted the early debate, I'm sure, is to focus people
messy,
on
but we got
this
it.
is the choice. It's Trump and Biden. I mean, you can take the easy way out and say, well, I'm not going to vote for either of them. But one of those guys is going to be president of the United States. And people ought to focus on that and give up on the sort of fantasy of that there's going to be another candidate.
Puts that to rest. All right, listen, I have a few thank yous to do. This book came out this week. It's my book, What This Comedian Said Will Shock You. And it went straight to number one. I've been saying New York Times best-selling author for a long time, but all my guests, and now I get to say it about myself and the great people on the staff who helped me with this. The people who bought it, I want to thank you. The people who publishing company. I have one quibble. I was out in New York last week promoting it. You may have seen me on every show. Truly selling a book. can't sell the joke of this title, apparently. But I thought it was funny because I never saw clickbait as a title. And the truth is that we are getting to the point in this country where you're going to have to use clickbait for literally everything because people don't read anymore. They don't read newspapers. They don't know what's going on because they don't read it. This is the only way you get them to read. So we thought we'd show you some of the headlines we're probably going to see in the future. If you want to get people to read, you're going to have to clickbait it. Would you like to see some of these? You want to get them to read about Joe Biden? You'll never guess what this 80 celeb looks like now. Trump, fall asleep anywhere with this one simple trick. We're talking about Kristi Noem. Pet training tricks veterinarians don't want you to know. You want to get him to read about Mike Pence? You won't believe what one boss did when this employee said no. Lauren Boebert, this trick for getting a second date may surprise you. You mentioned Chris Christie. See what happens if you drink syrup every day for 1 month. John Fetterman, you won't believe where this man works. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, baby born without brain, is now all grown up. Blah, blah, blah. First of all, I don't know if the Supreme Court should step in. Second of all, I feel like the Supreme Court used to have such esteem, and now they're just a politician in a robe. And, I mean, we see this with Alito, this brouhaha about the flag. Now, I want to ask about
1.5 miles per gallon. Oh,
flew the American flag upside down. I want to get your take on that, because flying the American flag upside down, and I'm not a rah-rah kind of guy, you know, I don't get a boner when the Blue Angels fly overhead. I don't give a shit what you do during the national anthem. You know, you can kneel, you can sit, you can fuck on the 50-yard line as far as I don't care about any of that play, but there's a chapter in this book called Patriotic Community. Nuts when Obama didn't wear his suit coat in the Oval Office.
Yes.
What I'm just asking about this weird double standard of who gets to shit on America and still be deemed patriotic. It's bizarre to me. Is it not to you?
I find it really offensive that on Memorial Day, President Trump would talk about this country being once great. Memorial Day is all about those who died for this country to be great. And the people who are wearing uniforms now and risking their lives to keep this country great, that's an insult to them. It's an insult to the immigrants who want to come to this country legally and be part of this country. It's an insult to the people who invest their money in our stock markets. It's an insult to the police officers. It's insulting to everybody. We don't need to make America great again. America is great, and it's the greatest country in the world.
I'm actually the son of an immigrant, a refugee actually from Eastern Europe, and who came here with nothing, and I ended up as the senior advisor to the President of the United States. I'm pretty grateful to this country. I fly the flag right side up, and I think everybody should. We have problems, and we ought to address those problems. That's what democracy is all about. We're perfecting the union all the time. But they're running down the country for their own personal gain, and that's unacceptable.
I've seen the American flag, yes, the American flag, trashed by people who think that is somehow owned by MAGA now. Nobody owns these flags. Nobody owns patriotism. I think it's a very bad thing for San Francisco to take this down and say, okay, that's you now. No, it's not. Why? George Washington flew this flag. They own George Washington now?
I'm far more concerned that these flags became an issue because the upside down flag, that flag, were carried by the insurrectionists on January 6th. I'm far less concerned about the flags than the fact that Donald Trump lionizes them as heroes and says he will, as one of his first acts, pardon all of them. And that, to me, is more disrespectful to the American flag than what it is.
Agree with all that.
I don't get it. I'm honest. I just don't get it. It's a flag. It means different things to different people. And why San Francisco does that baffles me.
So here's what Alito said about this. He said, my wife, saying that she's flying this, which is okay. My wife is an independently minded private citizen. She makes her own decisions, and I honor her right to do so. Pretty funny from a guy who just made abortion illegal.
Well, I think he just changed. I think he's pro-choice.
But that's...
Don't you think under that black robe he's got a shirt that says, you know, my body, my choice at this point?
I don't know about that. I don't understand Republicans with that kind of small government thing. I believe them, and then they do things like DeSantis in Florida. He's outlawing fake meat. Why? Well, I thought they were the small government people. If I don't want to eat fake meat, I don't eat fake meat. He's outlawing it. He just passed, or trying to pass something that said, for the next 3 months, bridges can only show red, white, and blue colors. In other words, it's obviously a shot at Gay Pride Month, so that you can't show the rainbow colors. But to make that a law, this is not the kind of republicanism you're for, is it?
Well, no. I don't think that any form of government, any level of government has anything to do with fake meat, unless it's dangerous to the human body, and it's not. So leave it there.
No, but your point is exactly right. It is weird to fly under the banner of freedom when you're constantly trying to take them away from people. I mean, it's not consistent.
You get enough overbearing government from the left. When the right starts to do it too, it's just too much. Okay, last question. The Washington Post says, nearly everything Americans believe about the economy is wrong. So interesting. 55% think the economy is shrinking or is in a recession. Could not be more the reverse. Half think unemployment is at a 50-year high. It's 4%. Roughly half think the stock markets are down. They're at all-time highs. I mean, you're a strategist. What do you do when you can't get information? And this is on my point about clickbait. You can't get information into people's heads. How can Joe Biden, who's done well with the economy pretty much, how could he run on, are you better 4 years ago than you were now than you were 4 years ago? Right. If people don't think they are, and the truth is they are.
Listen, Bill, we were faced with something of this in 2012. We had come through this horrible financial crisis. The country was recovering. Unemployment was going down. But we understood that we couldn't claim more than people were willing to tolerate. And the fact is, you've got to link up with people where they live. Everything you said is true. U.S. is, and everything Biden has said is true. U.S. is doing better than other countries, for sure, in recovering from the pandemic. We had a soft landing. Everybody said we were going to have a recession. That didn't happen. There's a lot to be proud of there. But the big but is cost of living, inflation. Yes, inflation's coming down, but stuff is 20% more costly than it was before the recession. And that's how people are experiencing the economy, through the prism of costs at the grocery store, their rents, mortgages.
And the problem is that Biden, I'm sorry, but he's too feeble to be the explainer-in-chief, to get out there. And, that's why we need somebody a little more vibrant to make the case. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Time for new rules. Okay. New rule, now that another billionaire is planning to take a two-person submarine to visit the Titanic. Okay. Knock yourself out. Good luck to you, Larry Connor. I see you've had some recent dental work, so that's how we'll identify your body. There's got to be an easier way to reduce America's income inequality, but hey, if it works, it works. New rule, outraged conservatives upset about Peacock TV's new documentary Queer Planet about gay animals have to calm the hell down. It's not like your dog's going to see it and change his pronouns. And it shouldn't be that surprising lions are gay. After all, they do have a Broadway musical. And they are called a pride. And while we're on the subject, new rule, everyone must accept the Pope's apology for saying Catholic seminaries were already too full of faggotry. I mean, it's not like he's infallible. But if we do forgive him, then the Pope has to tell us, what is the right amount of faggotry in the Catholic Church? And how do you measure it? Because here in Hollywood, we generally use a ruler. Now that scientists in Switzerland have developed a substance that can prevent alcohol from getting you drunk, someone has to explain to them that that's the whole point of alcohol. Yes, I know it's aged in oaken barrels and has notes of cinnamon and orange rye, but that's all window dressing for the main thing. It gets you fucked up. The notes, that's the window dressing. Getting fucked up, that's the window. Someone has to tell Bark Air, the new airline that allows dogs to fly in the main cabin with their owners, okay, but not for a red-eye flight. We've all been there. You're tired, you just want to get some sleep, and the bitch behind you won't stop yapping. Yes, Bark Airlines, because even creatures that lick balls and sniff assholes draw the line at flying spirit. And finally, new rule, if you're out protesting for a couple of hours wearing this, you have to go all the way and spend an afternoon running errands wearing one of these. You can't side with the people who ruthlessly oppress women without at least getting a taste of what you're supporting. Well, now that summer is here and the Hamas-backing college protesters have dispersed back to their summer internships at Goldman Sachs, I thought it might be a good time to say this. I actually admire your youthful idealism, and our world would be poorer without it. Much like your parents who just wasted 300 grand on that ignorance factory you call a college. Not that I think it's your fault being this poorly educated and morally confused. That takes a village. Shitty schools, overindulgent parents, social media, that priest who rubbed lotion on you. But 3 cheers to you for at least having the impulse to seek a cause in something bigger than yourself. It's just that the one you picked, you missed the boat by a fucking mile. But here's the good news. You want a cause? Because I totally got one for you. Apartheid. Yeah, apartheid, the thing you've been shouting about with Israel for months. Never mind that Israeli Arabs are actually full citizens. You learned that word from a 2 Chainz song and discovered that protesting South Africa's apartheid in the 80s was a righteous cause, and so it was. To this day, when celebrities are asked who is the person they most admire, one name is always the safest choice.
Nelson Mandela.
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 So naturally, when you heard that Israel was an apartheid state and gave you such a boner, you literally pitched a tent. You knew how wrong it was when tens of millions of South Africans had been treated like second-class citizens just because of their race. But here's the thing. Today, right now, hundreds of millions of women are treated worse than second-class citizens. When you mandate that one category of human beings don't even have the right to show their face, that's apartheid. And it goes on in a lot of countries. For the last couple of years, women in Iran have been saying, take this hijab and shove it. Because in 2022, a young woman named Mahsa Amini was arrested for wearing her mandatory hijab incorrectly and then died in police custody. And now security forces have killed over 500 people protesting her death and this obvious human rights violation. How about defunding those police? Amnesty International says that Iranian authorities are waging a war on women that subjects them to constant surveillance, beatings, sexual violence, and detention. What P. Diddy calls a hotel stay. In Iran, Me Too isn't a movement. It's what a woman says when another woman says, my life sucks. Yasmin Mohammed is a human rights activist who got married off to a Muslim man with fundamentalist views about women, not exactly uncommon in the Muslim world. He forced her to wear the niqab all the time, including once beating her because she took her hijab off at home because the apartment had a window through which people might see in. And this was in Vancouver. Here's what Yasmin said about veiling. It just suppresses your humanity entirely. It's like a portable sensory deprivation chamber, and you are no longer connected to humanity.
I don't understand.
You can't see properly. You can't hear properly. You can't speak properly. People can't see you. You can only see them. Just little things. Passing people on the street and just making eye contact and smiling. That's gone.
There a point
You're no longer part of this world, and so you very quickly just shrivel up into nothing under there. And that's my answer when someone says Islamophobe. Really, feminists? Come on, there's got to be a happy medium between a husband making his wife wear this and a husband making his wife wear this.
Yeah, but it's like all Christians don't follow all the things of Christianity. All Muslims don't follow
I know 1619 was bad, but this is happening right now. Right under your nose rings.
But he's too much of a hunky to get it.
And it's not just the clothes. 15 countries in the Middle East, including Gaza, have laws that require women to obey their husbands. Laws. Not just Harrison Butker's opinion.
He got fired.
And those societies also have guardianship laws, which means a woman needs permission from her husband to work, to travel, to leave the house, to go to school, to get medical attention. Nothing? Honor killings, where women are murdered by their own fathers and or brothers, happen so frequently they can't even have an accurate account of how many. In 59 countries, there are no laws against sexual harassment in the workplace, and many have no laws against domestic violence or spousal rape. 20 countries have marry your rapist laws. Multiple societies have laws about what jobs women can and can't do. Make a Barbie movie about that. 30 countries. 30 countries practice female genital mutilation, and 650 million women alive today were married as children.
That's the funny thing, is that he thinks he always thinks he has a point. And
kids, if you really want to change the world and not just tie up Monday morning traffic, this is the apartheid that desperately needs your attention. Gender apartheid. This is what should be the social justice issue of your time. How about from the river to the sea, every woman shall be free? But in But in reality, it's not an issue at all, for one reason. The people who are doing it aren't white. I hate to have to be the one to break it to you kids, but non-white people can do bad things too. Now, white on black racism certainly has been one of history's most horrific scourges, but also it's true that in today's world, being non-white means you can get away with murder. So good on you kids for following your instinct to protest social injustice. Just remember, when it comes to finding a cause, pulling your head out of your ass is an important rite of passage. All right. That's our show. I'll be at the Orpheum in Minneapolis July 13th, the Riverside in Milwaukee on the 14th. And I want to thank David Axelrod, Ken Buck, and John Waters. Now go watch Overtime on YouTube. Thank you, folks.
Catch all new episodes of Real Time with Bill Maher every Friday night at 10, or watch him anytime on HBO On Demand. For more information, log on to HBO.com.
I see what that is. That's to buy. Trying to entice
Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. See ebaymotors.com.
Goodbye static. Hello dynamic. Live confidently with Transitions Gen S lenses. Ultra dynamic lenses powered by light. They adapt amazingly fast to all light conditions, providing optimal responsiveness every time, everywhere. With a spectacular new color palette of 8 beautiful colors. Superpower your glasses and super smooth your life. Transitions Gen S lenses. Visit transitions.com to learn more.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World. And of course, we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer, the greatest professional wrestler of all time, your friend and mine, Double J, Jeff Jarrett, who whipped Bryan Danielson's ass all over primetime television this past Saturday night. And then he was doing the hard sell on 0 Hour, the buy-in for AEW Double or Nothing in Las Vegas. I'm sure they sold more pay-per-views than ever before. Double J was out there spitting facts, and he spit a lot of facts on this program, talking about starting not just TNA, but Global Force Wrestling. And that's what we're talking about today, the saga of Global Force Wrestling. Our topics today will include trying to purchase TNA. Yeah, what was that like, working with Toby Keith? How did he wind up resigning from TNA? What were the early Global Force Wrestling negotiations like with New Japan Pro Wrestling? What was the pressure that Jeff felt to make Global Force a success? What was Jeff's relationship like with Dixie back then? What is it now? And how about when Jeff joined the Bullet Club? How did that come to be? And so much more, all discussed on today's episode, where we talk about the saga of Global Force Wrestling. Of course, Jeff was on location in Las Vegas this past weekend, but we will be back with brand new content next week. And of course, that means we'll be 1 week closer to Father's Day. Fellas, blink if you haven't purchased a Father's Day gift yet. Yeah, we thought so. Today's episode is brought to you by Manscaped, the leaders in below-the-waist grooming. Maybe your pops has had a bush since the 70s, and that's okay. Our friends at Manscaped have crafted the total package for his special day. Whether it's for the boys downstairs, his beard, or even his best pair of underwear out there, Manscaped has his bases covered. Head on over to manscaped.com and get 20% off plus free shipping with the code MYWORLD. Have him go from daddy to zaddy. And you can trust Manscaped. I got to tell you, I wish Manscaped was around when I was a kid. My dad, man, he was competing with Dutch Mantel for the back hair award. Well, that beard trimmer that my dad's had since I was a little kid, he's still rocking it. Maybe it's time for a little upgrade from the one I got him when I was in grade school. Let's talk about the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. It really is the complete beard, the comb, and the package file, and the take it from because it's going to come, man.
We record in the morning when
oh God,
I'm essentially fresh out of the gym, wake up, do my morning routine, get a good workout in, and
Facebook and Instagram. It's at My World Pod on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And every single week, you see Jeff sporting a different piece of merch. It's all available at boxofgimmicks.com right now. Love to have your follows personally as well. You can find Jeff on every social media outlet at Real Jeff Jarrett. I am at Hey, it's Conrad. And we are excited to be here today because, well, it's the heels of WrestleMania. Now, of course, we're recording it before WrestleMania, so we'll probably have some reactions to that next week. But what you need to be paying attention to is tomorrow night. AEW returns to Long Island, and I have it on good authority. This is the show they put the world title on you, Jeff. Have you heard that rumor?
I haven't. Well, is that innuendo or rumor and innuendo?
That's the most.
Well, listen, I said to myself,
yeah,
this report that Jeff Jarrett turned down the opportunity to take the belt off of Orange Cassidy has to be because he said to himself, I didn't come all this way to only come this way. I'm not going to be the doggone assistant manager again. I'm getting the big belt. I'm getting the big platinum. I'm getting the big daddy. MJF, you better look out, son. You're like a new school heel. We're going to show you what an old school heel can do.
I would love
You're going to beat him in Long Island. I know it. I'm speaking it into existence.
I love that, Conrad, but you're as you say, man, that's a lot to unpack there. You just went through really quick, but
I mean, listen, boys and girls, set your DVR tomorrow night. Dynamite, Long Island, MJF drops the belt to a true heel, the last outlaw, Double J, Jeff Jarrett. And I know MJF's going to demand an immediate rematch this Friday because there's a Rampage and a Battle of the Belts in Kingston. You guys have shows coming up in Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, Sunrise, Florida. There's even more house shows being announced in Corbin, Kentucky, and Salem, Virginia. Tickets are on sale now at AEWTIX.com. The Last Outlaw is coming to your town. He's bringing a guitar that you don't want no part of. So come see him live and in person.
House Rules is off and running again.
We supply the driver.
Salem, but yeah, man, what a schedule we have coming up. Gosh, Conrad, we've talked offline about that, but we've got a lot of cool events. Top Guy, but Canada, Calgary, we talked about that last week. Toronto, Hamilton, we have like a Canadian tour. We're all over the place.
Hey, let me just say this too. You know, I got friends in the wrestling business. Did you know that, Jim?
Conrad, I am. I'll tell you a story offline. A production guy come up and said, "You know your partner Conrad?" I said, "Yeah, I know my partner Conrad. What do you?" And then he went into a store. Anyway, yeah, you have connections everywhere.
Well, so I wanted to say, I don't want to put you in a bad spot here.
Okay.
But I've been told, and I have it on good authority. I don't want you to comment. I don't want you to get in trouble. I'm just trying to give, as some of your friends say, the Iggy to our listeners that
you're unbelievable.
Might be something special coming your way. Don't say nothing, Jeff. Don't say nothing.
I am absolutely not gonna.
But hypothetically, watch the damn show. Pay special damn attention. It's coming your way.
How about that?
I'm excited about it.
I am too, Conrad. I really, all kidding aside, who would have thunk the year of 2023 to 2022 is crazy enough. We've gone down that rabbit hole plenty of times in 2023. I really am. I am super excited about it for a multitude of reasons. We touched on WrestleQuest last week. That comes out in May. The numbers off PAX and all the data and research and all the wish list and all that kind of stuff. It's booming. Springfield Lucky Horseshoes. Our friend. It's going to be, I may be letting the cat out of the bag, but I guess
Here we go. Do it.
I'm part of the group, so I guess we can. But the leader, I guess you could say the leader, but
founder, the creator.
That's sorry. Eazy-E, the creator and founder of the NWO, will be a part of the Springfield Lady Horseshoes opening day festivities, ceremonies, all that kind of stuff. Wednesday, May 31st, and Wednesday is the key day here. That's why the Last Outlaw will not be in Springfield. But yes, Eric is graciously accepted the offer. He's excited about it. We talked about travel, and so he'll be coming in. Lots of cool things. I know the ownership group is head over heels about the announcement. It's huge. So that's cool. Game coming out. Lots of moving parts. We've got so that'd be Saturday the 27th in May, Conrad. Anybody in the Springfield area, and I don't think you're much of a baseball fan, but Cubs and Cardinal fans are a whole different.
Oh yes, sir,
buddy.
Great.
It is. It's almost Auburn, Alabama. It's any kind of type of rivalry. My partner Jamie and his wife, one's a Cubs fan, one's a Cardinals fan. So those rivalries run deep. But we're having the Legends game last year, packed house. It's amazing. Springfield is right in the middle of Illinois, so a few hours north of Chicago, a few hours south of St. Louis, so right in the middle of it. So we're having our second annual Legends game, pack it out, great interactive autographs. Those players get out there. Lots of community leaders step in. So baseball season cranking up. I actually got my World T-shirt on that kind of represents the job.
By the way, if you're a baseball fan, I don't know why you want this. It's because there's going to be wrestling luminaries and wrestling things and family fun baseball. It's a great time for everybody. Check it out. Make sure you're keeping up with everything that the shoes are doing. And of course, you want to keep up with WrestleQuest. But the reason we're here today,
oh boy,
is not to tell MJF to kiss that belt goodbye, because we know it's coming home to Hendersonville. We're talking about something that you've done not once but twice, starting your own company. And we've talked about, can't believe this is real, 2 years ago, because as we're recording right now, Jeff, as you recall, this is about the 2-year anniversary when we first started filming. We said we're going to come out right after WrestleMania. Here we are. Well, we told the story of how you start TNA, and I think those are some of my favorite episodes, because really and truly, and I mean this, and I know there's going to be a lot of people who disagree with me, but there's only two people who can tell that story: Tony Khan and Jeff Jarrett. Tony Khan started AEW out of thin air. Jeff Jarrett started TNA out of thin air, and nobody else has that story to tell. Nobody has gotten that type of viewership, gotten that sort of success. I mean, both of these companies are still running today. And there was another one you tried, and we've talked about your return to Impact, but now today it's time for us to finally, discuss Global Force Wrestling. And there's been a lot of discussion about your time in TNA, how it came to an end, and all that jazz. And we'll talk about that another time in more detail. But when you find yourself no longer at the helm of TNA, you still are excited about the opportunity. This is your family business. It's all you really ever done. It makes sense for you to find a spot to build another company. I'm sure you said to yourself,
beginning of 2013, the writing was on the wall. The conversations were being had, not just in Nashville, but in Dallas. Dean Broadhead referred to it as the financial death spiral was in process. No need to go into detail here, but I saw the writing on the wall, and I, made a very conscious decision. Karen had mixed emotions about it. A lot of folks did, but I knew the trajectory, kind of knew where we're headed, knew the internal landscape. In that Conrad, in a lot of ways, I thought to myself, am I going to just sort of stay the course and flounder and let this ship sink? Or am I going to go gamble on myself again? Not saying that I didn't have options, because there's a lot of things, what ifs, I could have done this, I could have done that. But I knew in 2013, the way we were headed, I say we, collectively TNA, that it was ugly and getting uglier. I know the Hogan-Dixie situation wasn't pretty. The financial situation wasn't pretty. Obviously, B&G, Michelle Fergie situation. The Spike relationship was beyond strained. There was some international chattering going on that the brand wasn't what it once was. Now we're 2 years in, 3 years in, and some international markets didn't want to go with the brand. They bought TNA Impact, TNA Explosion, TNA pay-per-views, and that rebranding process that went from TNA to Impact, that didn't completely go over, and there was a lot of mixed emotions there. So in so many different ways, it was a mess, Conrad. So I think the best place to jump off into starting Global Force, I think we've got to tell somewhat of the story of the exit, or I'm going to defer to you, but it was, I knew the time was over, and I'll let you let me throw it at you back on where exactly you want to start, but because I think your opening question was, we're going to use lessons and why. The writing was, to me, absolutely on the wall. The TNA, as we knew it, was no longer going to exist. The revenues had dramatically dropped outside of the licensing deal, and our 10th television contract was coming up, and I didn't have any optimism about it.
So, they say that necessity is the mother of invention. Had you always had the idea that, hey, I might go do this again, I might go start another company? I mean, because you had sort of played hokey pokey with the company there for a bit, and you no longer had your arms around your baby. You weren't in the driver's seat. You were being dictated to at times, and that's probably something that I would imagine you can at least be thinking about. Or is that not the case?
So, this is good jumping on Toby Keith. So we talked about Toby being on the very first show, singing his hit songs, and just, a long-time buddy. Me and Toby got to know each other back in 2, 3, whatever, because that's what our friendship. But Toby, singer-songwriter, but a lot of folks don't even understand just how successful a businessman. Maybe smartest. He's certainly top 3, 4, 5. I don't know. Maybe the smartest businessman I know. His acumen's unbelievable. Yes, he's a great singer. That's all.
I just want our listeners to understand that when we're talking about Toby Keith, I know some non-country music fans probably think, oh, the guy who said the truth. Okay, on everything country music, said he hundreds of millions. That was July 2013.
That magazine comes out. So, around Christmas time of 2012, I begin to have those thoughts. The hypothetical. It's funny how you cachet it nowadays, but it's the what ifs. What would that look like? And again, for New My World listeners, at this time, I'm still the single largest shareholder of TNA Entertainment. Toby.
His door might blow
in
off.
That and understanding Toby and his team. When I say team, it is advisors, attorneys, financial guys, that he vets everything that comes across, every investment that comes across his desk. You know, we transitioned from being drinking buddies and partying buddies and me going to his shows, and he would drop by wrestling events. And I think I mentioned this. He actually back in the early days came to a few asylum shows and snuck in the back door. But our relationship began to transform in a very positive way into investor, an investor type mentality. In that I knew that I had to start creating documentation, and what is the real story? And I just don't need to tell the story in 2012. Let's go back and really tell it from 2007. So I started compiling as much data as I could, and it was in February or March was when the original agreement, if you will, between me and Toby, and what I had to do, I had to get attorneys, because Conrad, I had to be very careful, because again, I'm an owner, and I have to proceed on the best way to navigate a potential acquisition. And so NDAs had to be signed. And so in February, March of 2013 is when the original NDAs were signed between Jeff Personal and Energy International Ventures, or whatever it may be, and TNA Entertainment. All of those were signed during that time frame, and that's when the data drops began to exchange. And me and my guys really started putting together the numbers on what the picture looked like, valuation, what it had been, what it was currently, and what the projections, what it could be. Of course, lots of things, what it could be, were up in the air at the time. So that's kind of the route that we headed on in 2013. Again, not knowing the landscape at all in Dallas or Nashville on how it was going to be received. But, I felt in 2013, early 2013, that at the very least, radical change had to take place, or I didn't see us surviving.
How was it received? Did you broach this subject of what if I bought it to Bob and I got the money together to Bob? Is that the way it's pitched, or is it not that straightforward?
No, the original thing, being very diplomatic of the whole family dynamic in that situation, is that my attorney contacted Panda's attorney, and it was very well received. Completely understood. Hey, let's take a look at this from all options. There wasn't any, hey, and this is where people are like, oh, what'd you offer, or this or that. It wasn't any of that. It was, hey, is there a deal to be done here? Bringing Toby Keith in as a strategic partner, it has a lot of value in a lot of ways. Let's take a look at that. And it was really received. I can't tell you how excited I was in February, March, and I knew that there was a family dynamic, and out of that situation, I learned because it was a set of circumstances that I wasn't going to get in the middle of that family dynamic, if at all possible, and I stayed out of it. They informed Dixie. It was a month and a half, 2 months into it, not till Easter weekend.
Oh no, that's drivers with own equipment.
Informed her that NDAs had been signed. On the one hand, I don't think it was received real well because it was maybe done behind her back, but that wasn't my
intent.
It wasn't my job. I was told specifically by my attorney, you let
start this game.
Bob and Janice handle that.
Yes.
And they did. And they did. And so that's when the balls began to start going. And it was a better part of late spring or early summer that, again, Toby's touring. His tour cranks up every March, April. He tours in the summer. So going out and visiting him, getting numbers, going to Lexington, going to Oklahoma, figuring out that whole deal. And I'm still doing my day job. So it was a slow, steady progress. But at the end of the day, we were navigating the waters on how can we, um, again, there was never a defined deal that we said take it or leave it. It was new management needs to be put in place.
So let's talk about that for a minute, because it's often been said that you got the cash lined up to buy TNA. So at first, it's not necessarily, we're going to rebrand it as Global Force. It's, hey, let us get our arms around the thing and take the reins back. So you've sort of laid it out that Toby was going to be your guy. There were lots of other rumors at the time. Let's just talk about those rumors at the time. Did you have a conversation with Paul Heyman at all about this?
No.
Did you have a conversation with Jim Ross that included a visit to Toby Keith about this?
So they're both Oklahoma boys.
Yes.
And Jim I don't say social, but Toby and Jim absolutely had conversations about all of it that I wasn't a part of. But Toby, he respects Jim, who wouldn't, and wanted to kind of get his take on the whole deal. But no Paul Heyman, but Toby and JR definitely had conversations. And being two Okies, Toby came to me and said, well, what do you think? And I said, it's Jim Ross. Is he really going to be available? What's the real reality of the situation? But not just, hell yeah. I'd love for him to be a part of it, if at all possible. And Toby's laid back, simple mentality was, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, won't we? Yes, sir. That was his mindset.
So, I hate to put you in a bad spot here. So answer however you think you should. I know you always do, but I just feel like I have to put that disclaimer here. This data dump means that you had access to all of the, for lack of a better word, impact financials. And I'm not to say that, as the largest shareholder, that you didn't have access to that, but hey, it's kind of somebody else's job at that point to keep up with it. And I'm sure you had access when you requested it, but now this is a different thing. You're going to have all of the data for quote unquote discovery or due diligence or whatever you want to call it. And at this point, you can really see where the rubber meets the road. What caught you by surprise the most? When you really dug into the numbers, and you dug into the books, and you could see the nitty gritty, warts and all, if you will, what surprised you the most?
And this is something that this type of level of conversation I had never been. It was new ground to me. But the players that involved in Dallas and Toby's team had done it all the time. I mean, This was all this. And so they knew that, hey, man, what you just said, who cares what the warts are? Let's get it all on the table and discuss it and figure it out, because moving forward, there's no sense of doing I got you. That always comes out, because we never, ever discussed the Carters out. It was always, you guys stay in as much as you possibly want to under the deal structure, essentially, predicated by what Toby wants. Toby was the one that was willing to put up, and be the lead horse across the board. And so that's where I went to work and tried to really drill down. But what surprised me the most, the amount of payables.
What was still outstanding, or what was being paid on a monthly basis?
No, what what was in the IOU list?
Right, I got you.
Yeah.
So the bills had stacked up.
The bills, yes, yeah. That again, what you just kind of said. Me doing international and live events, I'm more on the revenue side. I'm creating revenue. Dallas is paying bills.
That's right.
And it wasn't anything that I was putting my head in the sand about. It just wasn't my role.
Right.
But that was. I don't want to I don't want to be too dramatic about it, but Conrad, my head spun on several.
No, there's that.
So now, I mean, listen, we've heard those stories from Bruce on the Wrestle podcast that, there were lots of things that were unpaid. People were getting upset. I mean, people know the story with Billy Corgan. We'll talk about all that some other time. But I am curious from your perspective, did you see a path to profitability? Like, could you look back at the historicals? I know you're talking about present day 2013, but when you took a look at, I don't know, 08, 09, 10, 11, were there years where you're like, oh man, we just got to get back to that? Did you see that?
Without question. The talent bill tripled, not doubled, it had tripled. The live event revenue, the merchandise revenue, I'm talking about live at shows, as well as the online revenue. Remember, no Don West. Live events had essentially, rolled up the sidewalks and were, I don't say non-existent, but radically changed. So that revenue was definitely need to be restarted. And the international was still good, and the spike deal was still good, but the revenue would stay down. The expenses on production and talent just so out of control. So out of control.
I can't help myself as a business guy, and people used to make fun of this when we were first starting with something to wrestle, and Bruce and I were figuring out how to be podcasters. But it's, I'm curious. Can you share with us what? I mean, listen. A lot of people have walked around with the idea and said it repeatedly. Impact never turned a profit. TNA was never profitable. And you and I know that's not true. Can you discuss any profit? I mean, since this company's been sold half a dozen times since, is that possible to talk about?
Yeah, no, I mean, TNA, I've said it multiple times. We got the spike deal, the 1 hour deal. It's above break even, yes, but I'm not going to say, we made it 2 hours when we started. When we cranked up live events and merged with international. And again, everything's relative, but from going from a startup to clearing 6, 8, 9 million a year, it's a game changer.
So TNA had $9 million profit. It's pretty substantial. I mean, even when you look back through like all the territory, it goes from $9 million. I mean, I know WCW.
No, yeah, no.
Actually, but I mean, WCW in '88 lost money, '89 lost money, '99 lost money. Several was tiny profit, '95 started to show substantial profit, '96, '97, '98, '99, and then just fell off the cliff. But $9 million is a lot of money. Yeah. Not top line gross, y'all. Net profit. So listen, you see that, and of course, Mr. Keith sees that, and you guys think there's an opportunity here. We just gotta sort of right the ship. What were the things that you thought needed to change quickly to make this a profitable machine?
Like I said, I was never in favor. Production had to start paying. We had to clean up the payables, and again, that can all be.
This is way better.
And,
I wish my actual chair was as bouncy as
I
an
tell
actual.
you, take a product, you go out with it. In our case, but in any
They are pretty
in our case
bouncy.
specific, a lot of universities, that you basically pay monthly fixed cost. The truck didn't have to travel 500-mile jauns. It was a fixed. Everything was fixed in Orlando, and I'm not going to say the exact because you had to pay labor, but let's just say, Conrad, slice and dice, half numbers. Half our crew didn't require production crew. Half our crew did not require airline and hotel. So managing the production budget was first and foremost because the ratings did not, like I said, they didn't go up
just
was the first.
take as long
And
as you need to
Talent,
take,
most of the time,
as much space as you
can
need
take
to
care of
space.
itself. But again, I'm looking at 2012 when you
And
had
safety is first and foremost.
massive
It takes an hour to park.
of talent. And again,
Take an hour to park.
you can just look at 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, it jumped up.
If it takes you 9 attempts,
So talent
you 9
production
attempts.
is always
Don't get frustrated.
you just got to manage it. So those are the things
Discombobulated.
that, again, getting everything in,
Don't let people around you pressure you.
documentation, these guys can do. Also, I got guys.
All that matters is your returns. All that matters is that you get what it's done. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks about you. What matters is that you got it done.
Show that, show national graphs every year. It was a 50-page document, and it was essentially the history of financial stability. If we had done this podcast, Conrad, in 2014, 15, but I could have really because I knew it like the back of my hand. Because if Toby's going to invest, he has to have a comfort level. And my guy knows everything inside of it. That's how I be careless to me. I want to make sure that we understand all of this and cash flow, all of this. That's what I want to back up because I first got into it. I started looking at the age payables kind of that, and I'm like, this 120 days, 150 days, 180. I would have to dive in all of those things that, a 30-day or 60-day even writing is something that if you're still in business with a guy who's renting you a piece of equipment that you use every week or every other week, that's just kind of cash flow. You have other items that you payable way out there that they have age payables. I had to really wrap my head in and think a little bit deeper, a little bit deeper, a little bit deeper. So, that payables were a mess, a real mess.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite. They charge you. So naturally, when they announced that they're raising their prices to inflation, we decided to inflate our prices with nothing. That's right, we're cutting the price of Mint Unlimited from $30 a month to just $15 a month. Give it a try at
Limited time. Unlimited more than 40 gigabytes per month. Slows. Full terms at mintmobile.com.
Passion, drive, and patience. The formula for winning championships is also what keeps your ride or die alive. eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. Superchargers, roof racks, exhaust kits, LED headlights, and more. Whether you're into speed, power,
still need to. There's got to be. Because it's not. Maybe that's what's doing it. Let's do this just for the fuck of it. That might be what. I'm going to turn that off.
premeditated. You can tell. You can tell the peel was too brown. You know what I mean? It was like, you didn't eat that banana recently, motherfucker. You had that shit waiting on me. And the whole crowd was white, so it just got instantly creepy, and everyone looked like they were looking at 12 Years a Slave or something. It was like, who the fuck does that? And then they arrested the guy. I said, someone go fuck you in the butt and go hold and sell, you know that, right? You can't just be throwing banana peels at Dave Chappelle. They're not gonna let you get away with this. The press called me up like, do you have a statement? A statement? Well, fucking banana peel, no! I don't have anything to say. This guy was like fucking famous. Throwing a banana peel. 20 years from now, he's gonna be tucking his kids in the bed and keeping like, Dad, tell me about the day you threw that banana peel at that nigger. Saying a fake. Oh, I tell you what, that black motherfucker had it coming. Saw his name up on the marquee about a week before. I said, man, if I could just get close enough to meet him. Man, on that nigger showed up. Fucking banana gang. I didn't even like. I didn't even want to press charges. You know, this has happened to me before. No, sir, not a banana. I live in Ohio, right? So it's like a few winters ago. Well, I didn't know you would ever clap for that. All right. It's the first time that shit's ever happened. Ohio! Anyway, I live amongst the whites. Small town in Ohio. And it was wintertime, and it snowed recently, so a huge snowdrift on the street. I was walking with my sister. And my sister was dressed in all muslim garb, as were her children. And I was dressed as Dave Chappelle. And we were walking and just talking about something. And a car sped around the corner. And the window came down, and somebody threw a snowball, hit me right in my shoulder. I didn't know what was going on. Why was this happening? Because I'm black? Because she's Muslim? Because I'm Dave Chappelle? I couldn't tell. But again, I know it's premeditated. Because who the fuck has a snowball in a warm car? But I didn't think it all the way through, lady. Because it went around the corner and got stopped at the red light. It was caught in the traffic. So then I ran out to the street and I just tapped on his window. Oh man, can I just talk to you guys for a second? Come on out for a second. I just want to talk to these four young white people in the car. Just chill, bro. Just relax. I just want to talk now. This is no black trick. Really? I didn't want to talk. I was going to fuck them up. So, if you ever caught in traffic and a black guy starts saying he just want to talk to you, don't open the door, nigga. Even if he's me, smiling at you. And they were like, chill, bro, just chill. And then the one guy in the back seat, I don't know what he was, just cockier than his friends. He was like, fuck it, man. I'll get out the car. And I started yanking on his door. Let me help you, motherfucker. Just help me out. And I didn't notice his window was down. And he threw a snowball and shit me right in my chest. He said, fuck you, you fucking nigger. And then the light turned green and he spat on me. He smiled from ear to ear. I looked at my sister and she said, I got the plates. And I was happy as shit because throwing a snowball at a motherfucker is a misdemeanor assault. If you call him a nigger when you do it, that's a felony hate crime. Give me my sister, days we gonna send this motherfucker to jail. I didn't notice it, but while I was yelling, a crowd mom came in. She saw it was me. She busted out crying. I am so sorry. I didn't raise him to do this. We love your kind. We love you in the house. I said, Miss, please. Just, all right, look. I don't necessarily want your son to go to jail either. What he did was pretty fucked up. So, is there something we can do short of jail just to let him know that he's wrong? No, I don't know. Miss, I've never been in this position before. Oh, you know what we could do? I don't know. I'm asking too much, but maybe if you could just suck my dick a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm not gonna finish. I just want you to do enough so that I can tell him you did it. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that to anybody's mother. Maybe my kid's mom. That's it. Ebola was in Texas. Ebola made a mess of it. Killed that man in Dallas. 5 days that man melted to death. What happened to the brother in Dallas? Where was the secret serum is what we all said. I remember in the beginning of the book, 2 American doctors that got sick in Africa. They flew them in a private jet straight to the land to the CDC. I didn't even know CDC saw patients. There was said they administer the New York Times called a secret serum. I don't know why I said it. It's just like Kerm saying his recipe. But both of these motherfuckers survived. These doctors, thank God, are healthy. They're out there somewhere tonight at Whole Foods, touching vegetables, walking around. Is it okay? Hey Frank, how are you? I didn't hear. I had a ball last week. Doing all right now. So it's bleeding out of my eyes and anus, so I got concerned. But okay. What happened to the brother in Dallas? They just rubbed some Vicks in that nigga's chest. Go like the bugs. I know he wasn't gonna make it. Or anything. Sad. I saw in the New York Times. They said Ebola is the new AIDS. And that's something. Here I am thinking the old AIDS was working just fine. And they already have a new AIDS now. Isn't that amazing how they do that? Isn't it weird how this disease just starts in 1980 and it doesn't kill anybody but niggas, fags, and junkies? Isn't that an amazing coincidence that this disease hates everybody that old white people hate? I think either God is white or the government hid that shit in disco balls. Only fun people get AIDS. Last month on front of New York Times, measles was the headline. I had to check the date of the paper. I was like, measles was 1850. What the fuck is this? Why is measles in the news? Turns out they were trying to decide if mandatory vaccinations for children and I dare say errors. And we, the black Americans, would like to thank you both for your sacrifice and your struggle. We needed a break. We needed a goddamn break. We all go through something, but at least I can leave my backpack someplace. If you Aaron, don't forget the backpack. You got a shadow of a doubt, that shit actually went down. She sucked that old ass dick. She really took one for the team on that one. That's really gross. This dick is like 80 years old. It's like tasting history. Like 5 molars on it, civil rights movement, Great Depression. This guy's been fucking from 40 years before Bill Cosby's first break. This is very old man. Very old penis. But all that shit is still, it's just name calling. Like, name calling does not break the modern black man. That's not gonna do the trick. Give a fuck about that. Like, if I went to Kentucky Fried Chicken, and for some reason, everyone behind the counter had a Ku Klux Klan hood on top of their head, what do you think I'm gonna do in this day and age? Run out Kentucky Fried Chicken? Not if I'm hungry. I'm gonna go straight to the front. Hey man, let me get 2 piece. I don't give a fuck what he says. You want a biscuit with that nigger? I thought it came with a biscuit. What's all this attitude? I 1 or 2 piece chop chop. You know what it is. And I'm not gonna be mad. Why would I be mad? He's the one that's got to work Kentucky Fried Chicken, not me. How about this? What if I lived in Austin and I had a white girlfriend? It's possible in Austin. As a matter of fact, some people say it's necessary. But that's not the point. And me and my white girlfriend at home one night and we're just doing what lovers do. Maybe she's butt naked and she's down on one knee giving me a hand job. I love a good hand job. And she's really jerking me off. You know, just getting her obliques nice and tight. I got a huge dick, so she's like, And I'm like, wow, this really feels wonderful. I think I'm gonna come. And then she looks up at me and goes, cover my face, nigger. I know that's a tough one. What do you think I'm gonna do? Hey! That's no time for integrity, ladies and gentlemen. I'm busting that nut in her face. I'll sort through the ethics later. But I'm what they call a man of his word. If I say I'm coming, I'm coming. Fuck what happens. God forbid somebody could shoot me. If I say I'm coming, it's still like, Doesn't mean I like getting shot. Yeah, tough time for the blacks. I'm not gonna say nothing about the police. I'll leave that for Chris Rock. The other big sports story was fucking Ray Rice's tape. Anyone see that Ray Rice tape? I can't stop watching it. It's fucking awful. It's the most violent thing I've seen happen to a woman that was shot in color. Really fucking bad. Like, if I could have froze time at that moment and gave Ray Rice some advice, I don't think there's any way possible I'd be like, you should punch her in the face. It's a fucking terrible idea. At the same time, I also believe she shouldn't have rushed him. What the fuck was he like? You can't beat him. It's don't rush a motherfucker that's trained to stiff on people in the clutch. He's gonna get the upper hand. The only reason I bring him up is because, you know, he's about to play football again. You didn't know that? The NFL was told by a federal judge they had to reinstate Ray Rice because he was transparent with with their investigation. He told them exactly what he did, and they can't just change your ruling just because the tape came out. I get it. That's like if I'm hanging out with my buddies and I'm like, hey guys, guess what I did last night? I fucked this big fat girl I met at the club. And now I'm like, oh shit, Dave, that's crazy. And then they see a tape of me doing it, and they're like, we can't hang out with you anymore, Dave. That's not what this crew is all about. I'd be like, what? I told y'all what I did. What's really fucked up is the tape was made before they were married. Isn't that weird? I don't know why she'd do that. I don't even know why he would do that. As a guy, would you want to live with a woman that you had once punched in the face with all your strength? That's some very bold color purple type shit. Sealy, come out here and shave.
Spin your passion into a business with Shopify and break sales records with the world's best converting checkout. Let's hear that one more time. The world's best converting checkout. Shopify's legendary checkout makes it easier for customers to shop on your website, across social media, and everywhere in between. Now that's music to your ears. Any way you spin it, you can be a smash hit with Shopify.
Since apartheid was ended 3 decades ago.
Okay, well, that's a stretch, but I have learned, I can do a couple things.
Can you hold a knife and chop this for me?
I think so.
Or do you want me to
How
do
do
it?
you want it chopped?
Like that.
Oh.
You took the first step and quit smoking.
6, the oldest 100.
Things that people tell themselves in Bond world that are just not true.
Norman Associate Professor of Politics and...
Remember, Hamilton is the architect of many of the financial institutions.
But instead of firing back at Jay, they turn their attention to our day laborers, speaking to them in English and in Spanish.
Spin your passion into...
We have working papers.
He's nobody. You don't have to answer to him. You don't have to talk to him. If they don't like us, they can leave.
Our actor now turns his frustration on the customers.
Can we just speak English so I can understand what you're saying?
I said you don't have to ask that. It's not your job to ask that. If you don't like it, you can leave. This is a free country. You can walk the door and leave.
Let me ask you this. Do you think a wall would stop illegal immigration?
Probably not. It would indeed. All right, let's break it. Let's break it.
So it would help?
No, just leave it. That was just unfair.
Time to introduce ourselves.
Hi, guys. How are you? I'm John Quinones.
Oh, my God.
With a TV show.
Oh, my God.
You said something to the workers in Spanish. What did you tell them?
That they're welcome here and not listen to me.
What do you think of the wall?
I think it's a stupid idea.
You live here.
I do, but I wouldn't know.
There's a lot of talk about this being ground zero. That it's a crisis here at the border. Is it?
Not a crisis at all. I don't feel unsafe walking downtown at nighttime. There is nothing. It is a safe place to be.
It was just a snapshot of one day in 2 states, but the difference was noticeable. At the diner in New Jersey, opinions varied. But along the border in Texas, everyone we met disagreed with the wall. It's a thorny issue. Hopefully, continued dialogue can help bridge the divide.
Next.
Oh man, it's kind of hard watching it.
The Rock's cousin, WWE superstar Nia Jax, watching Our Mean Girls.
Oh, are you crying again?
I will call the police on you.
Oh, wow. When we return.
First
thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
What you get to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC
Right off
News
the
Live.
bat.
Everybody right now is worried that TikTok's going to be banned in the United States.
We owe a lot to TikTok, and I do not want to see it banned.
That's my main source of income. It would bring me into deep depression.
What evidence have you guys actually seen that this is a threat to national security?
The two greatest powers on Earth are vying over a teenage video app.
I am not imagining a future without TikTok.
The death of TikTok? This is Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
That's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Everybody right now is worried that TikTok's going to be banned in the United States.
We owe a lot to TikTok, and I do not want to see it banned.
That's my main source of income. It would bring me into deep depression.
What evidence have you guys actually seen that this is a threat to national security?
The two greatest powers on Earth are vying over a teenage video app.
I am not imagining a future without TikTok.
The death of TikTok? This is Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh. We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer.
It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different. If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you? I hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew? I'm not going to say we were Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Are you ready to celebrate? Sunday, June 30th, across the country. See, experience some of the nation's greatest pride celebrations, all in one place as they happen live, right here on ABC News Live. Pride across America. Celebrate joy, love, freedom, and pride. Sunday, June 30th, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Streaming on ABC News Live and stream on Hulu.
You guys, is that Cassidy?
Yup, that's her.
Hey, Cassidy, what you doing?
On your phone all by yourself.
Because she's a freak, and nobody wants to be seen with her.
In real life, the victims of bullying often hurt much more than we realize. As this viral video reminds us.
I ask you, what are you going to do to protect me and my classmates against bullying?
Today, much of the bullying teens experience is happening on social media. So much so that Instagram has added a restrict feature.
I think we need to go live with this.
Yeah, let the whole school see what a weirdo she is.
If you witnessed this,
Aw, are you gonna go home and cry to mommy, you baby?
what would you do? We've set up our hidden cameras at Van Saun Park.
I bet your mother doesn't even love you.
Oh man, it's kind of hard watching it.
And joining us to take in the action is WWE superstar Nia Jax.
Wow.
She may play a bully in the ring sometimes.
Just like that. That's right. That's right.
But when she's not performing, Naya spends her time fighting back against bullying.
I want to hear you guys all say, I am beautiful.
Cassidy's having a breakdown again.
It's crazy because that is stuff that, like, growing up has happened.
To you? Really?
Yeah.
What did they tell you?
I would always be made fun of just for being my size. Jolly Green Giant or Bigfoot, you know. It kills your confidence.
But Naya rose above her bullies and got some encouragement from her famous cousin, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
You're beautiful, you're athletic. He's like, you have so much to offer. Growing up thinking that, gosh, I don't fit in, is what makes me a better superstar.
You're such a loser.
We notice this man coming down the path toward our scene.
Leave me alone.
As he approaches, he puts his phone to his ear and walks by.
Outside of school. That's a lie. Yeah.
But minutes later, he's back.
The tissue, Lauren.
What are you guys picking on her for? Would you like to be picked on like that? Oh.
Finally.
Good. She's a loser.
Why is she a loser? Maybe she has a problem. You're a friend and help her. Don't put her down.
And now he turns to our victim.
Miss, if you don't stand up for yourself, people are going to pick on you. You're not standing up for yourself. It's your fault. It's true.
You had to step in. Tell us why.
No one likes to be picked on like that. I saw this girl being picked on. It just hit me.
It took you twice. You went.
Yeah.
You came by before.
I thought about it. I walked by. I'm like, should I interfere or not? I came back. I heard it again. It's not normal to be picked on like that.
You addressed the victim too. You said it's her fault.
Yes, it is. Because if you don't stand up for yourself, people are going to pick on you.
Leave me alone.
No.
Throughout the day, we do see people who pass by our action without saying a word. This man tells us he heard what was happening,
What's your issue?
but thought they were joking. While this runner says he just didn't want to get involved.
When you see that girl, that victim, what do you see?
I see a beautiful young girl. So much to give. I just want to give her a big hug, actually.
In real life, Cassidy tells us she has been the victim of bullying.
I was picked on for, like, my body type, for being a redhead.
So now playing this role where you're hearing these ugly words, how does it make you feel?
What makes me feel the worst is when I see people coming by and they don't do anything. Wish I could tell them, like, a girl's in pain here. She needs someone else to step in and help her. And so you can be that person.
What's up, Cassidy?
We're at it again.
We're live right now. Say hi to the camera.
Spin your pack.
Or will they step into the action?
Say hi, Cassidy.
I hope somebody bullies you like that.
Leave her alone.
She's a freak.
What's it got to do with you? Stop bullying.
Oh,
you need
wow.
somebody to pick
She's
you up.
bothering us.
She's sitting there. You can walk away. What is the matter with you three?
She's a waste of space.
She continues and has no problem getting up close to the bullies and giving them a piece of her mind.
So are you when you talk like that. And one day somebody will do the same to you. And I hope you enjoy it.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Why don't you mind your business?
Because I don't like to see anybody bullied.
Oh, are you crying again?
And when the bullies won't back down, the couple threatens to take things further.
Hey, I will call the police on you.
All right, let's break it.
You need to call the police on her.
Yeah, maybe we should call the police on you.
She's the worthless one.
Okay, you can explain that to the authorities.
Whatever.
Okay.
We don't care.
Before they make any calls,
Sir, how you doing?
let's say hello.
It really upset you, huh?
Yes, it does. But you know, kids do this sort of thing
All the time.
and you know, it leads to suicide, and you know, it's just horrible.
What does that do to a young girl?
Self-worth goes down the tubes.
Naya says it's a feeling she knows all too well.
Being a bigger girl, I never thought that I would be able to be in a public eye. All the girls that I grew up said, your forehead's too big, you're fat, you're never going to, be in anything. And now, like, look at me now. I'm not like throwing it in their faces, but like I had to find the confidence within myself to just embrace who I am, because like being different is beautiful.
Inspiring words from someone who should know.
Next, you snooze.
AMC, people forget AMC stood for American Movie Classics. And then suddenly they kind of figure out
gay bloggers, and it hurt my feelings.
It's like living in a science.
I was called in 2005 to come in and meet with the head of AMC because they were looking to do scripted programming for the first time. A manager said, "Oh, I have this great script set in the advertising world in New York. It's been around for 8 years, and nobody's bought it. Everybody's passed."
Advertising is based on one thing: happiness.
Don Draper is a master of the universe ad executive in early 1960s Manhattan, but he is actually secretly a man named Dick Whitman. He has stolen the identity of the real Don Draper due to an incident during the Korean War. So he's living another man's life, but he's battling his own demons at the same time, and we're seeing him rise and fall over the course of the 1960s. In a lot of ways, the most interesting arc of the show is Peggy Olson's career. She goes from this little church mouse secretary to a really tough and bold and confident career woman.
I like the way she's handing out the pops.
Who knows what she can do and is going to try to get it, even during a really sexist period for the industry when it was so hard for a woman to get anything.
Thank you. Can you get me some coffee?
No. The female characters in Mad Men are great because they each kind of represent different aspects of what women were going through at that time.
You glide around that office like some magnificent ship.
I had this incredible experience of reading The Feminine Mystique and Sex and the Single Girl in the same week. And I said, oh, well, this is my show.
Daddy! The heroes of Mad Men were the women, and the men were all obstructions of one kind or another.
I'm here all day, alone with them, outnumbered.
What about Carla? Doesn't she count?
It's not her job to raise our children.
It was incorporating the music of the times, the images of the times, the history of the times, and the attitudes of the times.
You can tell me, or I can find out. What color panties are you wearing?
What?
Ooh, blue! Who had blue? Can I walk you home?
Mad Men had absolutely no nostalgia for the period. It showed that people were jerks and adulterers and connivers, even back in the glory days of the 1960s.
What are you doing?
Somebody shot the president. What?
How they communicated the Kennedy assassination was actually exactly as it came to pass.
They drew their pistols, but the damage was done. The president was pulled over in the backseat of the...
Everything stopped. Nothing seemed important ever again. And it just so happened to be the weekend that Roger's daughter was getting married. It was a big wedding. I would put Mad Men and Sopranos in a position of the most important shows in the history of television.
I was about to turn 40 years old, and this was about 2004, 2 years after the end of the X-Files, and I was kind of at sea. I wasn't sure what to do next. I was having trouble getting employed. My buddy Tom Schnauz had been on the X-Files too, and he said, I think we should put a meth lab in the back of an RV and, see America make some dough on the side. He's got a warped sense of humor. But at any rate, when I heard that idea, I thought to myself, what if I really did that? What would it take? And then I thought, well, I need money really bad. Why would I need money?
Lung cancer. Inoperable.
We pitched Breaking Bad to not even a handful of places. Some people liked it, some people not so much. It'd been dead for about 6 months or a year or something like that. And Suddenly I hear, hey, would you like to go meet the folks at AMC? They're interested in doing Breaking Bad.
When we were making the decision to do Breaking Bad, we absolutely were looking for an anti-hero show. And we wanted a guy that was going against the grain.
Dad, come check this out.
Yes, yes.
Come on, take it.
They always tell you need to have a good one-sentence pitch. And I came up with, we're going to take Mr. Chips, and we're going to turn him into Scarface. What we were really going for was change. Walter White says it in the first hour of the show.
Electrons. They change their energy levels. Molecules. Molecules change their bonds.
Breaking Bad was a study in change. The change that happens to one character as he devolves from good to bad.
You know the business. And I know the chemistry.
There was definitely a shift after Mad Men and Breaking Bad that the phone started ringing and a ton of feature people wanted to start making TV shows.
Butter, please.
Badass, Dad.
And it now really has taken over what the indie feature was. Now it's being made in the TV sphere.
Walter, you've been busy.
Spin your passion into a business with Shopify and break sales records with the world's best converting checkout. Let's hear that one more time. The world's best converting checkout. Shopify's legendary checkout makes it easier for customers to shop on your website, across social media, and everywhere in between. Now that's music to your ears. Any way you spin it, you can be a smash hit with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/records.
Donde quiera que esté en la vida, si está en Kentucky, puede que le esté disponible el Medicaid, con la cobertura de salud que necesita. Una cobertura de salud sin costo alguno y que está disponible en cualquier momento. Y es fácil encontrar un plan que le convenga. Así que no pierda la oportunidad. Visite connect.ky.gov ahora mismo y vamos a cubrirlo juntos.
The Home Depot has Memorial Day savings up to $500 off select laundry appliances from top brands like Samsung. Wash and dry in one cycle with the Samsung Ultra Capacity All-in-One Washer-Dryer Combo from the Home Depot. Then, enjoy your summer while your laundry takes care of itself. Right now, get Memorial Day savings up to $500 off select laundry appliances at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid May 16th through June 5th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Welcome. Today we're talking with a developer from SeatGeek, a ticketing app that just does what it's supposed to do. That sounds boring. Wouldn't it be more exciting if I had no idea if my ticketing app was going to work?
Oh, well, we innovate so that fans can save all their excitement for the concert.
Interesting. A ticketing app that gives fans peace of mind? What a breakthrough.
Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Attention HVAC contractors. For nearly a century, R.E. Michaels' contractor-first approach has built trust and true partnerships with contractors across the country. Now their exclusive brand, AirTemp, is available to you and delivers homeowners the best value in home comfort. AirTemp equipment is manufactured to the highest standards and is known for quality, reliability, and value. Come visit your local R.E. Michael branch today or visit remichael.com to learn more.
DQ presents how to enjoy the 3 best cookies at the same time. First, grab the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard from DQ. Then dig into Oreo, Chips Ahoy, and Nutter Butter. And last but not least, repeat! Because the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard packs all 3 into one powerhouse of a treat. So you can enjoy the best cookie trifecta in every red spoonful. Hurry in for a taste today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan.
It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
While it's tempting to play it safe, the more we're willing to risk, the more alive we are. In the end, what we regret most are the chances we never took.
There's an old showbiz axiom. You got to get off the stage before somebody says, hey, you should get off the stage.
Endings are hard in general, and I think The Sopranos was able to accomplish this thing that everybody in television is always trying to accomplish, which is do something that no one has ever seen before.
Tony is meeting the family at a restaurant, and we're listening to a Journey song and watching as one by one the family members come in, and there's these sinister people lurking around. We were wondering, was Tony going to survive this? Was Tony going to be shot? What was going to happen?
You're cutting to the meadow, parking a car, all these things that are completely normal, but they're imbued with this dread.
Nothing is happening. They're enjoying a family meal and listening to Journey. And it's building and it's building.
Long black, which everybody says, did I just lose my HBO signal? What's going on here? I actually thought was kind of like the chord at the end of Sgt. Pepper, in which 9 pianos just hit this long, long major, bong, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. That black was sort of like what the series needed in order to communicate the fact that it is now officially over.
As for Sopranos creator, David Chase, he got whacked in the headlines. He got whacked by the New York Post cartoonist who showed fans getting whacked. And Chase literally got whacked online.
3 or 4 days later, Carlton and I were in New York talking to a couple of television critics about how amazing it was. And they were like, oh, there's a lot of controversy about the Sopranos finale. And we were like, what? And they're like, oh yeah, some people just absolutely hate it. Like the whole cut to black, it's pretentious, nobody knows what it means. They're all discussing whether Tony is alive or dead, and we were like, what? Those are all the things that make it brilliant. And right then we realized that we were completely and totally fucked.
If you've been fortunate enough to be successful, they've gone along for a long ride with you. And the viewer has a through line for every character and the show that you could ever possibly have.
You know I love you, right? More than anything.
Of course, honey.
So, it is a fool's errand to try and please anyone but yourself when you're writing a series finale.
Finales have become increasingly important. If you don't
leaving them for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Protesters also voiced anger at the government in this rally, demanding that Netanyahu resign and elections be held. All this after Biden laid out what he calls the new Israeli ceasefire proposal. The UN, the UK, France, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE are all expressing support for the plan. Mediators in Qatar and Egypt calling on Israel and Hamas to finalize the deal. Netanyahu, meanwhile, has agreed to address a joint meeting of the U.S. Congress after being invited by top congressional leaders. He calls it a privilege to represent Israel, adding that he's thrilled to present the truth about the war. More on how this is all playing out in Israel in a live report from Tel Aviv. But first, CNN's Priscilla Alvarez has details on the new proposal.
President Biden on Friday outlined the phases of a potential hostage deal and urged all the parties to reach an agreement to stop the war in Gaza. It's a notable moment and perhaps a pivotal one. It's the furthest that President Biden has gone in telling Israel that it has met its stated goals and that the capabilities of Hamas have been degraded. Now, the plan includes 3 different phases, some of the details of which we have reported before. That includes the first phase, a 6-week temporary ceasefire. That would include the release of hostages of women, the elderly, and the wounded in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. The second phase is the release of all hostages and opens up the possibility for the ceasefire to continue longer as long as negotiations are ongoing. And the third is the major reconstruction of Gaza. Of course, the president noted in his address that it is a decisive moment.
This is truly a decisive moment. Israel's made their proposal. Hamas needs to take the lead. I urge the leadership of Israel to stand behind this deal. We can't lose this moment. Definite war and pursuit of an unidentified notion of total victory. That will not bring hostages home. That will not bring an enduring defeat.
Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu released a statement after this address outlining these phases and said that the war will not end until Hamas is defeated. Now, President Biden acknowledged that not all in the Israeli government would agree with this plan, and also shored up his own credibility, noting that he has stood by Israel and has a long-standing relationship with the Prime Minister. But of course, there is a lot of work ahead. The president made very clear that this is not easy. The hope, however, is that all parties reach an agreement, work through the details so that there may be a ceasefire in Gaza. Priscilla Alvarez, CNN, Washington.
And joining us now is journalist Elliot Gotkin live in Tel Aviv. So, Elliot, the preparations for Biden's announcement of this peace proposal still reverberating strongly in Israel. What is the latest?
Kim, the latest is that, as we just heard, President Biden put out a statement on Friday relating to Israel's proposal for a ceasefire deal. And we had something not a bit out of the ordinary on Saturday. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu putting out a statement on the Jewish Sabbath on the Saturday. I suppose some people are seeing it as contradicting what Biden was saying, but I think it's more to do with clarifying what he sees as being inside this ceasefire proposal, because Netanyahu, at the same time, reiterating that it will not agree to a full cessation of hostilities until its war objectives are met, reiterated what those objectives, what those conditions for an end to the war are, namely destroying Hamas's military and governance capability, getting all of the 125 or so hostages, the living and the dead, back in Israel after they were abducted as part of Hamas's terrorist attacks of October the 7th, and ensuring that the Gaza Strip, that Gaza no longer poses a threat to Israel. Now, from Netanyahu's perspective, because let's not forget that he is part of the war cabinet that signed off on this ceasefire proposal. From his perspective, that ceasefire proposal does not preclude Israel from meeting its war objectives. And I think that he put this statement out so quickly on the Jewish Sabbath, which, as I say, is quite rare for him to do, in order to both get his narrative out, to clarify the situation from his perspective so that his base knows that he hasn't gone soft on Hamas, and also to preempt the inevitable blowback and pushback that he knew he was going to get, and which he did get, from the far-right ministers in his governing coalition, who, after the Sabbath went out, put out statements saying that from their perspective, this deal amounted to a capitulation to Hamas, to defeat, and that they wouldn't support it, they would withdraw their parties from the government, which could, Kim, cause the government to collapse.
All right, in the meantime, Elliot, Netanyahu has accepted the joint meeting of Congress in Washington. Obviously, the reaction, particularly among Democrats, is mixed. What's Netanyahu's aim here?
So he said that he was thrilled to be invited and that he will go there to present the justness of Israel's cause, the justice of Israel's fight against terrorism and Hamas, which the US designates as a terrorist organization. I think it's also important to note the contrast between this invitation in 2015, when he kind of went over the head of President Barack Obama to speak directly to Congress to try to persuade US lawmakers, to try to persuade the US to not sign up to the Iran nuclear deal, something which ultimately proved unsuccessful, at least under the Obama administration. So in this instance, he's been invited by all four main leaders of Congress, Democrat and Republican alike. I suppose he also wants to reassure lawmakers in the United States that Israel isn't misusing any of the weapons that the United States is providing. As we know, some of those weapons shipments have been suspended. And I think also for his domestic audience here in Israel, it's always helpful for him to be seen on the international global stage that he is still a global player and he is the only person in his eyes that can represent Israel's interest abroad with its main ally, the United States. Okay.
I appreciate that. Elliot Donkin in Tel Aviv, thanks so much. With his country facing a major new Russian offensive, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is courting international support from new areas. Zelensky met a few hours ago with U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Singapore. The two were attending the Shangri-La Dialogue, a meeting of defense ministers in Singapore. Zelensky's decision to attend the conference came as a last-minute surprise. It's thought to be an effort to keep the world's attention on the war and Ukraine's need for outside help. CNN senior international correspondent Ivan Watson is live in Singapore. Ivan, so take us through what Zelensky had to say and what he's hoping to get out of this.
Well, he, as you mentioned, was a surprise guest at this annual security conference. He's clearly trying to attract more support across Asia for this war effort now more than 2 years since Russia launched its full-scale invasion into Ukraine, and also trying to convince governments to participate in what he describes as a peace summit to be held in Switzerland in a matter of weeks. China has indicated it will not be participating in this, and Zelensky had some rather blunt words of criticism for Beijing, which he accused of prolonging the war with what he claimed was China's support for Ukraine's mortal enemy, Russia. Take a listen.
Support of China supporting Russia, war will be much longer. It's bad for the whole world and for the policy of China, which says it respects main principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. I think it's not very good for them either.
Now, Zelensky said that he had no direct face-to-face meeting with Chinese officials here in Singapore, and that's even though he spoke on a stage in the ballroom of this hotel just about 3 hours after China's Minister of Defense spoke on that same stage. In fact, he went further to say that Kyiv has been trying to reach out to Chinese officials at different levels over the course of the last year and has failed to get face-to-face meetings with the Chinese. Meanwhile, China and its leader Xi Jinping celebrate Xi Jinping's close relationship, his friendship with his old friend Vladimir Putin, who was hosted, I think, less than a month ago in Beijing. So there's clearly there is not a close friendship between Ukraine and China in this matter. Meanwhile, the Chinese were at this forum earlier today, Kim, and the message they were trying to spread was that, A, they say that China is a force for stability around the world, but at the same time, they had some harsh words for the newly elected government in Taiwan, which they accused of being separatists, and they had a warning that that government would be nailed to the pillar of shame of history if it refuses to peacefully reunify with Beijing. The Chinese government considers Taiwan to be a province of China, even though the never ruled that island directly. Kim.
All right, appreciate that. Ivan Watson in Singapore. Thanks so much. Zelensky is in Singapore as Ukraine reels from the latest strikes on its power grid. Russia launched a massive wave of attacks Saturday morning, including this one that left at least 12 people injured in the Kharkiv region. Most of the attacks went after energy infrastructure across Ukraine, causing critical damage to at least 2 power plants. At least 4 more people were wounded in the western part of the country. And officials said some restrictions on energy consumption will be imposed. Ukraine says this was the 6th wave of attacks on its energy system in a little over 2 months. Now, those attacks came after Washington gave Ukraine the green light to conduct strikes inside Russia with U.S.-made weapons. The mission applies only to areas near Ukraine's Kharkiv region, where there was a dramatic departure from previous U.S. policy. We're joined now by military medic Rebecca Ostrowski, who is speaking to us from eastern Ukraine. So, first of all, thanks so much for being here with us. Start with why, as an American, you decided to go to Ukraine.
Hey, thanks so much. Why for me was seeing what was happening unfold in the country and not wanting to be a bystander. I wanted to make a difference and help because it was frankly unacceptable. And so me traveling to Ukraine and working here, the military, was just my personal way of stepping in and trying to assist.
Now, you've been helping to train them. You've also helped to directly treat soldiers as well. You've been doing this for around 2 years now, I understand. What changes have you seen on the front lines?
Frankly, things have gotten a lot more complicated in terms of advancements in the battlefield, particularly outside of Russia. Whereas a simple wound before could be 5.5 from an AK, now we're seeing increased use of FPV, dropped mines from drones, and increasing use of electronic warfare systems, which makes everything very complicated because now you have a piece of machinery that could be, thousands of dollars that could be easily destroyed by a $500 drone. So it's gotten complex. The injuries have gotten more complex. The situation has gotten more complex, and frankly, the help has decreased.
Now, this time last year, the picture for Ukraine seemed brighter. Russia's advance was held. Ukraine was talking about a counterattack. Now, present day, Ukraine has lost territory. Its second biggest city faces the prospect of Russian soldiers closing in. So what's the morale like among the troops there these days?
The morale remains persistent. Ukrainians are determined to defend their homeland and their country, regardless of whatever help might be given to them. But the need for help has substantially increased. And at the same time, the actual giving of help has substantially decreased.
So are you not, so the U.S. has now agreed to send weapons again. Are you actually seeing any of that, weapons and materiel there on the front lines?
In terms of my direction, I have yet to see the promised aid, specifically to our area of operation. There's a lot of promises made. There's a lot of talks of aid, but realistically, the timeline can be substantially longer than what you and I would think.
One of the problems you face, you talk about, needing more help. You face a lack of medical gear, and the supplies that you get, sometimes they're substandard or don't work. Is that still a problem?
It is still a problem. And the fact of the matter is that these NATO nations have excellent quality combat medical gear, and that's something I would like to see included in future aid packages. There was allegedly some medical aid promised within the country. We have yet to see that. If the American military or even another NATO country could send quality medical gear, such as a personal first aid kit or quality tourniquets, that would make immense amounts of difference.
Yeah, tourniquets, just to give an example, what happens if you are using, tourniquets that aren't manufactured properly.
Well, frankly, you can die, and you will die if you have an arterial bleed. Let's say you put a tourniquet on that is not a quality tourniquet, and that breaks. In 3 minutes, you can be dead, and I've seen this happen myself.
Yeah, absolutely tragic. You must have seen some horrific things there on the front lines, but also, I imagine, inspiring things as well for the soldiers that you're working with. Talk to me about some of the stories that have affected you as you've been there working for the past couple of years.
I think the biggest thing that's affected me is the persistent motivation, resilience, and strength of the soldiers that I'm here with. They are absolutely unbeatable in terms of morale, and they go day after day with limited resources and limited prospects to continue and fight for their families, for their brothers, for their country. And that is what keeps me here after 2 years. Despite everything that's happening, they show up day in and day out, continue to work, and if they can, so can I.
Finally, as an American, you must be keenly aware of the domestic politics that are playing into aid for Ukraine that you are saying is so desperately needed. I mean, we're in an election year. What do you think will happen to Ukraine if Donald Trump wins?
I frankly can't speak to what will happen. As I've seen in the past, there's an element of unpredictability with some of his policies and some of his statements. So I think it begs to be seen what will actually happen. My goal is, regardless of who wins the election or domestic intricacies of policy, that the importance of aid to Ukraine is withheld and upheld.
All right, we'll leave it there, but really appreciate your time, and of course we hope that you stay safe out there. Rebecca Mastrowski, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you so much.
All right, after the break, voting begins in just hours as Mexico prepares for what's likely to be a historic election. Plus, an 11th-hour technical issue scrubs a highly anticipated space test flight, and NASA has yet to schedule another launch date. Stay with us.
Spin your passion into a business with Shopify and break sales records with the world's best converting checkout. Let's hear that one more time. The world's best converting checkout. Shopify's legendary checkout makes it easier for customers to shop on your website, across social media, and everywhere in between. Now that's music to your ears. Any way you spin it, you can be a smash hit with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at shopify.com/records.
It's summer at the Home Depot, and that means it's time to kick off the season of outdoor doing. Whether you're planting in ground or in containers, we have your planting season covered with savings on soil and potting mix. Give your plants the nourishment they need with the continuous food release of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil on special buy 4 for $10. And give all your container plants the foundation they need with Miracle-Gro 25 quart potting mix on special buy 2 for $16. Get summer savings happening now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
We're here with a SeatGeek developer. Your app is revolutionizing ticketing by doing what it's supposed to do.
Does that mean you only have overpriced tickets?
No. We have Deal Score that ensures you find the best deals for your budget.
Okay. And if someone can't use their ticket, you just keep the money, right?
No, we offer the option to resell it on SeatGeek.
So you're saying ticketing apps aren't supposed to screw fans? That's innovation.
Expect the expected.
30,000. Attention HVAC contractors. For nearly a century, R.E. Michaels' contractor-first approach has built trust and true partnerships with contractors across the country. Now their exclusive brand, AirTemp, is available to you and delivers homeowners the best value in home comfort. AirTemp equipment is manufactured to the highest standards and is known for quality, reliability, and value. Come visit your local R.E. Michael branch today or visit remichael.com to learn more.
DQ presents how to enjoy the 3 best cookies at the same time. First, grab the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard from DQ. Then dig into Oreo, Chips Ahoy, and Nutter Butter. And last but not least, repeat! Because the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard packs all 3 into one powerhouse of a treat. So you can enjoy the best cookie trifecta in every red spoonful. Hurry in for a taste today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
What a beautiful day.
This vacation is just what our family needed.
Thank you, Kohl's.
Kohl's?
Come on. If it weren't for all the money we saved shopping at Kohl's, this vacation probably wouldn't have happened.
Nice looking trailer.